said, hey guys, do you want a beer?
Just a little motorbike, a little house.
And then with like Bonnie on the bus.
That's why
the world champion and
It's been a while, eh? But we're back. We're back on live stream. Let me know what your guys' thoughts are for tonight. As always, powered by IT Guru Solutions. If you guys want to become a member, have a look at my link in the description. If you guys want to bet on any of the fights over there, thank you to whoever just subscribed. We've got a subscriber count going, trying to get to 3,000 by the end of the stream, so I don't need this over here. Let's get it going. We're watching some of the previews. Let me know what you guys want to see over in the comments. If you guys, not see, what you guys want to hear. Do you guys want to hear my commentary, or would you guys prefer we just talk a little bit of shit or a little bit of both? Let me know, guys and girls. All right, here we go. I guess I can start the first poll already. What's happening, Heinrich? Shot for watching, man. Stick around for some chat, bro, and chat a lot of shit here, so react to the fights. All right, so talking about the fights, Soldier Boy and Simon. Why did that name escape me for a second there? I'm gonna start the first poll so long. Let's go have a look. All right, shot Leo. I will give you commentary. Make the fighters a little bit bigger. I got the timer this time, so for those of you that watched the last couple of streams, I got a timer here now. So rounds, timers, fights, everything but showing the fight. So let's start the poll. Really? Mr. International, Mr. 100%. That the guy's nickname. Right, poll is up. Who's winning? Niedermeyer or Amongi? I actually don't know. 2-2 versus 3-2. To be honest, I'm going to go with Niedermeyer for the fact that she's also sponsored by Revive. So, nah. Younger, maybe not as powerful, but better pedigree, I think. Amongi, even though she's had 6 fights, is a little bit of an unknown entity for me, to be honest. So, I'll go with Kaylee. Who you got? Let's have a look at some of the... Okay, for the other fights, Vince Bembe versus Shitamba, I'm gonna go Vince Bembe, man. That guy's got dynamite in his hands. Even though he's 7-5-1, you can never sleep on that guy. Hlongwa versus Domiso is a tough one to call, eh? Hlongwa should win, but Domiso's on the rise. But I think Hlongwa wins the one. Faiz Jacob versus Sovendle. Sovendle got the title shot by beating Zondi, who's actually a 125-pounder, but he controlled that whole fight. I have a bet on the white girl. What's your bet, bro? Just to win, or is there like a money line or anything? What exactly? Where you betting? You betting on poker bet? Or where? I got Faiz Jacobs probably, honestly. But I got a funny feeling about that fight. I don't know. But Sovendle can't win the title because he missed weight, so yeah. And then Morel versus Moyo. I'm going Morel. I was at his last fight. I think it was in July. It was July, right? Well, his last EFC fight was July. I see here now. He fought in Feb. But yeah, I was at his last fight in EFC, and he looked really impressive. So no prop on this BS, man. Just money line. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna lie, the women's fights lately have been a little bit underwhelming, to say the least. Except These highlights that they're showing now. Whoever loses though is on a losing record, so. Oh, you're joking. Even wild animals fears me. Come on. The trash talk is getting out of hand here. What is this? Looking for violence, looking for blood, let's hope. Man, the trash talk is really underwhelming. Yeah, that's right. Kaylee fights at she's out at Jackson Wink in Albuquerque, so. Okay. No, not yet. They're still showing us. They're about to walk out. Leo asks, are they walking out yet? Not yet. Okay, they got the lights. It's the first walkout. I think it's a Mungi first, huh? They haven't shown yet. I'm just taking my shoes off if you're wondering what I'm doing. Okay. Of course, Niedermeyer fights out of Jackson Wink because that's Badat's team. Man, how impressive was Badat's win against Luke Michael, eh? That guy is a savage. Okay, so Kaylee's getting the Vaseline on her face. She's in the prep area. So when they start fighting Leo, I'll start the timer over there. And then you'll see how much time's left and we'll put the rounds up and stuff, so no need to worry there. Playing some heavy Eurotron style on the way out. Don't you just hate it when you go, I mean, okay, not hate's maybe the wrong word, but like when you go onto YouTube and it's just Nina drama everywhere with the same old type of videos. Jackson Wink is like the OG top gym. One of the OG top gyms. Okay, out comes a Mongi. Coming out to some DMX. That's cool. Are they playing the clean version though? Yeah, they're playing the clean version of X, can't give it to you. We're about to see some heavy violence, but hey, let's blur out the swearing on the song. Damn right, and I do it again. Man, DMX is like one of my favorite rappers of all time. Bitch, please. Stay out my way, motherfucker. Don't let it go. Ironic. Yeah. It's so crazy how like you watch movies or you watch TV shows, you watch whatever, and it's like if there's a lot of swearing or a lot of nudity or a lot of sex, it's automatically a very high age restriction. But violence is cool, man. It's PG-13. It's crazy. Ugandan kingdom. Uganda's a kingdom now? Two-thirds of you guys think it's going to be Kaylee. Amongi's strong though. He's super strong. Don't let it go. You guys, you see the subscriber count over there? Let's try to get those last 33 to get to 3,000. So if you're not subscribed, please subscribe. What's up, frickin' cool? I like that name. Frickin' cool. The name is frickin' cool. Oh, Kaylee's, now what? She's 32. I wasn't expecting that. 27 years old, Amongi, 32 years old, Kaylee. I missed the rest of the tail of the tape. I was still impressed by that name. Okay, so it's over to Khotso. Live. I'll get your votes in, guys. Who's winning this fight? Shot Carl. Carl from Trident, right? Slash reps Trident before, right? Good to see you again, Carl. It's been a while. Okay, so Kaylee's been introduced, and now it's Rebecca to get introduced. Lumbambashi DRC. That's what you're fighting out of, but she's from Uganda. For a second, I thought Lumbambashi, there was a Lumbambashi in Uganda. I thought it was tripping. Yes, okay, sweet, Carl. Shot for joining, man. All right. Referee in the center. Khotso making his way out. Move the screen a little bit so I can watch you guys. Like, not watch you guys. Talk to you guys. Oh, there goes my screen. What happened? All right. Looks like we're about to get started. In 3, 2. They're showing the ring goals for extra long. Thanks for subscribing, guys. 32 to go. There we go. Carl says, yeah, man. Long time no see. I haven't had a roll with you in a long time, but yeah, these chicks are going to go crazy. And they do. Amongi is pressing hard. Kaylee is backing up. Amongi's hunting that overhand right. Kaylee just fell to the floor. Looking at a leg lock, maybe. Yeah, Carl, unfortunately, I don't live in Cape Town anymore, so it might be a while before we get that roll in. But yeah, if I'm in Cape Town again, I definitely want to come to Trident. Kaylee throwing up a rubber guard, looking for either a triangle or an armbar, whatever's going to present itself, I guess. Amongi powering out of it, but her head looks like it's about to pop up there, so she's out, but the armbar is still possible. Her elbow's in. Oh, no, okay, she twisted it that way. Never mind. Possible shot to the back of the head, though, from Amongi. Okay, so Katie gets up, Amongi looking to throw it to the ground, which she does. I don't know what the referee's trying to tell them the whole time, but everything looks good so far. Knees to the thighs by Amongi. Amongi looks much bigger. That's back of the head shots that she's getting a warning for. That's odd. This ref is way too involved. Just let them fight. Okay, so Katie breaks out of it, but Amongi's pushed up against the cage. Yeah, it looks like there's a clear power advantage for Amongi. Dina Bagatine in the background. They are comparing Amanda Lino to Amanda Nunes. Okay, there's a little bit of a bulldog on there. Sorry, I've been focusing and listening to the commentators at the same time. Just the absurdity of comparing Amanda Lino to Amanda Nunes. Okay, Katie's got a half butterfly. It seems like everybody's in her corner because everyone's shouting advice. Like literally everyone around that hexagon, almost everybody. Except Graham and whoever's sitting next to him. Nice kick there by Mongi. It's a hard round. I mean, I think Mongi takes a 10-9 so far. But not much damage, to be honest. She's had control. Rebecca needs to... Katie needs to get up here. Excuse me, little frog. Rebecca is pushing the action. I think Kaylee looks like she's a little bit worried about what Rebecca's going to do instead of just playing her own game. Rebecca just looks way too strong for Kaylee, unfortunately. I just don't know if she's strong enough to, and again, she's getting bulldog here. She's not going around to try to take the back, so she should really try to get behind and sweep her. Sweep her, take her down. 57 seconds left of the round. Not a lot of damage happened, but I think, again, knee attempt there by Kaylee in the clinch. If it continues like this, definitely a decision. I mean, there's no... Kaylee's leg looks busted, though. This Kaylee gets a takedown. If she can do some damage, she can win this round, but she's definitely behind. Kaylee's got a nice clamp on the legs there. It's going to be really hard for Rebecca to get off. Okay, we have 10 seconds left. 9, 5, 4. Kaylee throwing some nice shots. 2, 1. Right, in round 1, guys. I think Rebecca took that one, to be honest. Did more damage, more control. But yeah, not really fireworks in that one, eh? What are you saying, guys? Who you guys got taken that round? I think Rebecca took it. Okay, this is ridiculous now. They've compared Amanda Lino to Amanda Nunes, and now they've compared Rebecca to Drickus. Okay, anyway. I know what he means though, but come on guys, get a better example. Okay, round 2 is about to start. The hold up and starting the round, don't know what happened. Freaking cool says Rebecca's going to sweep this matchup. I think I do think so. If she doesn't get tired, I think that's the only way that she doesn't win this, because she's doing a lot of damage to Kaylee's leg, and she is definitely a lot more physical, a lot more stronger. And I mean, she just kicked her in the leg again. Shot from about halfway through the hexagon. No, that was like very telegraphed. And yeah, stronger and more physical. Katie catches the kick, gets on top in a half guard. But see, this is where Rebecca just kind of powers out of everything. She's very strong to get up. So Kaylee's really going to have to use her technique here. She's got Dagestani handcuff, it looks like. Good shots there by Kaylee. I mean, she has that Dagestani handcuff blocking the hand that you need to block those shots. So, okay, she's not out of it. A lot of those shots were going to the neck. Okay, so Rebecca's now just breaking her posture and just holding on to her, hoping the ref stops him. Kaylee getting an elbow in. What was your money line, Leo, by the way? Nice elbows there by Kaylee. She's pinned Rebecca's arm down that needs to block. She's doing damage with these elbows. Rebecca can't get out of that position. She's trying to power out, but Kaylee's doing a good job of sprawling. So now Kaylee's about to get on her back. Kaylee obviously going to go for a rear naked choke if she can, if she doesn't get chucked off. Rebecca has an opportunity here to shake her off. I just don't know if I can't see what, I don't think she's missed the chance. She is trying to go for the arm now, but she's already missed the chance to try to slide out the back. She needs to try to get her back to the mat now, and she's going to get triangled. Okay. She got out. She did it so quickly. Yeah, good decision by Rebecca not to engage in the grappling, just go for the kicks. What do you mean there's a lot of tension? It's a fight, dude. It's commentators, man. I'm sorry. Kaylee moneyline. Okay. Hope it pays off, man. It's not looking good so far, but hey, anything can happen. So now Rebecca engages her, holding onto the fence, like, big time. Referee does a timeout. Let me just stop the timer. My mouse is lagging. It's actually at 2 minutes 16 seconds. The time is still going. 1 point deduction straight away. Jeez, okay. All right, I get restarted. 1 point deducted. So for Rebecca, for grabbing the cage. So that's interesting because she obviously won the first round. The first round is now a draw because that's 1 point deducted. And if Kaylee's ahead here, she's ahead in the fight. But if she's behind, she only needs to get a draw, win the next round. So win one round to get a draw, I guess. Yeah, that makes sense. Nah. What is, so at the back, Kurt from Henzo Gracie is there. I wonder what he's doing there. I wonder who's fighting there from their gym, if anybody. Faiz is there, right? People switch so much these days, I don't even know who trains where anymore. So Rebecca's still on top, actually. In my brain fade, I didn't realize she's on top. She's going for that. She's going for the head, keeping her head with one arm while holding her blocking arm and hitting her. So Kaylee going to win this round, and she's ahead in the fight because of that point that's been deducted. So now she's dropping elbows. I think Rebecca needs to work on getting up. I think she's maybe too used to powering out of things, just my observation, because she's now giving her back away. I've got Kaylee winning the second round earlier. Leo's asking who's winning the second round. They've hit the for the last 10 seconds, but there's 15 seconds left. Yeah, Kaylee ends the round strong. Who they take a point from? They took a point from Rebecca. for holding the fence. So Kaylee's ahead in this fight. The first round, I give it to Rebecca. Did use the deduct the point that's a draw, 9-9, and now 10-9 for Kaylee. So she's ahead. 19-18. Yeah, they took a point in the second. So either you can have it as a 10-8 or you can have it 10-9 and just deduct the point from the first round. But they took it now. Yep, 10-8. So 10-8 now, 9-9 first round, 10-9 now, but essentially 19-18 for Kaylee in my book. Yeah, Rebecca, well, hopefully we get fireworks because Rebecca has to finish now. She can't just try to win the round. She has to actually finish to win. So hey man, your money line, maybe. All right, here we go for round 3. Rebecca is pushing forward. She does look tired though, but she is hitting Kaylee with some shots. Kaylee goes for the ground, goes for the takedown again. Smart, she's been having success there. Rebecca's, okay, I was going to say she has to fight with all she has to stay standing, but she's been taken down pretty easily. So Kaylee's really overextending herself to one side, but I think she knows she's not going to get swept or rolled. Rebecca's going to power out of stuff, so she can overextend her weight to one side, but a little bit of a lay and pray here. Much of the same here, end of round 2. Kaylee on top. This time she's not really doing much damage, but it's better to be there than to be on the bottom. Is that Guy Lazarus in the background? Cameraman. Okay, no, that does not look fun. She was getting elbowed on this side while her head was on the metal part of the cage, that like metal pole at the bottom. Rebecca was. Rebecca gets up, takes a knee to the face. She's about to get taken down again. Now, all these camera guys are jiu-jitsu guys. I think that dude in the background's fighting soon. I think he trains at Creonti Gym. All these jits dudes doing camera work. Oh no, wait, it's not him. Okay, so Kaylee still on top. Looks like she's gonna continue. I don't think Rebecca has enough energy to get up, to be honest. We should see fireworks in the next fight though, to be honest. Short on staff, maybe. Or maybe they work for free, who knows, man. Get your name out there. Man, I really need to fill this wall up with some pictures. And I still need to get my third belt there, the UFC belt right there. See if Timu's got any. Yeah, Kaylee's just playing it safe. She doesn't need to do much more than this. It looks like a jiu-jitsu match with a little bit of striking. Or like a rough jiu-jitsu match, pretty much. The longest range shots are where she's got her elbow in and just giving like a short little elbow. Kaylee now. Kaylee's on top, so Leo. Kaylee's gonna win this fight so far. Really? eBay's got Henry's belt at a discount. Is it to scale? Is it small? Does it fit him? Hey bro, Henry looks like he needs some money. Okay, Katie on the back. I missed that. She's got her arm underneath. It's on the chin. Okay, now it seems like it's getting towards the neck, under the chin. Rebecca is doing a good job of fighting the hands. Rebecca looks pretty calm. Commentator saying that's tight. It's not tight. Kelly's got the body triangle. She might go for a neck crank here, which is uncomfortable. Real belt got stolen. Trust Henry Cejudo to have his damn belt stolen. Okay, Rebecca's got 22 seconds to work here. She is on top. She needs to just chuck bombs. Katie's throwing up a high guard. Yeah. 12 seconds left. Katie throwing up rubber guard. Maybe going to go for a triangle. Throwing elbows from the bottom. End of the round. Into round 3, Katie raises her arms. Definitely took it for me, especially with the point deduction. So, yeah, I think Rebecca knows. She's raising her arms too, but she knows she lost. Graham giving Kaylee the old... Rebecca looks hella disappointed. I think she knows she lost. Yeah, definitely robbed that from DJ first. Yeah, Henry had a good run, couple of good runs, had a, win against TJ Dillashaw as well at 125, where TJ looked like he was half dead. And he started trying to call himself the GOAT, but there's only one GOAT, it's DJ. At 25 anyway. I'm surprised Henry still needs to fight, because I'm pretty sure they make a decent amount of money on the podcast. Like, they get decent views and they got sponsorships. Even the Kamaru Usman had a complete gaffe when he was talking boxing the other day. He was talking about his own, like, how he won his titles. He's like, it's ridiculous. But yeah, this is a bit of an underwhelming fight, unfortunately. Not such a good way to start off the main card, but good job to Kaylee, I think. She should win this, but we've seen some dodgy decisions before from these judges. I know it's taking so long. It's a pretty clear-cut decision, especially with the point deduction. All right. I'm going to start the next poll along, guys, for the next fight. No, they need to fight so the pod can stay relevant. I guess so. Fair enough. But, dude, Usman hasn't fought for ages. This is hilarious. She thought she did enough. Judges are still... How are the judges still deliberating this? Do they know that there was a point deduced? It's been a long day. All right, judges look like they've reached a decision. I'm letting up the next poll. Who's going to win, Klongwa or Dumiso? Let me know. It's actually Bembe, man. What am I doing? Told you it's been a long day. 29, 26. Yeah, Kaylee won, but geez, I get the 29, 26, 30, 20. Was it 30, 26 in there? Odd. Don't ever leave it in the hands of these judges, guys. Unless you're like clearly losing, just leave it because they might give it to you anyway. So Kaylee wins, Leo. Money line. I wanted to cut her. Some cooking about to go down. Yes, indeed. Bembe, bro, you cannot sleep on Bembe. Number one contendership. What? A number one contendership. Win, loss, win, loss, win. 3 wins, 2 losses. Man, that's a shallow division. I know it's shallow, but geez, like. Yo, they're pumping this Nox hydrator. Okay, they're interviewing Zakir Badat. I wonder what news there is now. Sorry, I'm going to get to your question now, Kyle. I'm just trying to hear if they're going to announce something here. EFC 125. Okay, this interview's boring. So, who is your favorite fighter right now in the EFC if you have one? Excuse my England. If you include Edson, Makavani, 125 pounders basically are my favorite fighters right now. Edson, I like Zondi, I like Tumelo, if Tumelo still technically is in the EFC, because, you know, we won't know what happened with Ultimate Fighter until it comes out. Obviously, it has happened yet. I actually don't know, besides not allowed to tell anyway. I like Willy as well. I like Faiz Jacobs. I like JC Lamprecht is really good. And I got a bunch, dude. I like Ken Sekeletu as well. Big fan of Ken Sekeletu. So I've got a couple. I don't just have one. But by far, if you ask me what my favorite division is, it's 125. If you've got everybody in there, because you still have Terence Balelo in there. Ronaldo Padilla asks, so who won between Smith and Ntene? I'll be honest with you, I do actually know. Calvin Smith won. Calvin Smith won by finish. I actually popped him a message after the fight. You're lucky you asked me about that fight. If you ask me about that fight and you ask me about the Sanchez fight, I know who won. But all of the other prelim fights, we can't watch prelims, so I won't be able to tell you. So yeah, Calvin Smith won via finish. I believe he TKO'd him, yeah? Yeah, 125 pounds for sure, my favorite division. What's your favorite division, Carl? Who's your favorite fighter in the EFC? No worries, Ronaldo. Is that the result you were hoping for, Ronaldo? All right, on we go to the Vince Bembe versus Shitamba fight. Man, this one is... Bembe's got them bombs in his hands. Okay, they're taking us to the Seychelles. What's happening in the Seychelles? Is this an advert or is this... it's probably a sponsor. They're showing us the Seychelles. Looks good. Here's Seychelles. Okay, we're getting football ads. I don't know why they play so many football ads on DSTV when it's MMA related stuff. So we got some time. Tell me, Carl, who's your favorite fighter? What's your favorite division? Definitely heavies. They have the most entertaining fights. They do. They finish early, eh? Who you like, the champion or who? When's JC Lamprecht coming back, man? Oh, I also like Peace and Gopane, man. Peace is really good. Peace is really, really good. I feel like these EFC shows are just one big Chickus advert. No hate, but like it's Nox Hydrate, it's these Ignite Tequila adverts, it's highlights of previous fights. I don't know. But I guess they gotta ride the wave, you know? Ronaldo says, sir, how about Komana versus Moichela? Who won? I don't know. I don't know. Sorry, man. I can't see the... Wait, give me a second. I can tell you now. I don't have the prelims, unfortunately. I don't have it available, so Thanks for subscribing, Ronaldo. Much appreciated. Yeah, the glaze is crazy, but I don't care. Drickus deserves it. Fair enough, man. Listen, fighting is a short career. So he needs to ride the wave. People that are associated need to ride the wave. Because honestly, it's short. You need to get in, you need to get out, you need to make your money, and it's done. Because honestly, fighting, you see it all the time. People, when people lose, people just drop you. You know what I mean? Who do you think wins the co-main event? I think it's got to be Faiz Jacobs, hey Damon. I have a funny feeling about it though, dude, to be honest with you. You just can't bet against Faiz at the moment. Not in this fight. Ronaldo, if you ever want to check for yourself, if you go on EFC's Instagram page, they've put a recap of the prelims, which is what I'm watching right now. So I'll get the information from. It looks like a rear naked choke win for Moichela, I believe. No, sorry, Komano won. Apologies, Komano won. I think, so freaking cool. Kyle says, yeah, I know it happens to with most pro fighters. And the worst thing about MMA fans, or the modern day MMA fan, is the moment someone loses, everyone just forgets about them, forgets what they've done, and they're like, oh, it's time to have the conversation. They were never that good, which I think is so stupid. Damon says, I think Faiz can make it to the UFC, bro. They should give him a shot. I do believe he is one of the next to knock on the door. Apart from the current ones that possibly knock on the door. The only problem is, I don't know if the EFC is that step to go directly to the UFC anymore. So you're either going to have to do Contender Series or you're going to have to do Tough, which is not the end of the world. Even Cameron Simon had to do Contender Series. Oh, coming out to next episode. Sorry, man, hold that thought. Chitamba coming out to next episode. They're playing jams tonight, man. Anyway, I feel old. I just said jams. Anyway, so yeah, Faiz definitely is up there. I'm just, the only thing counting against him is the fact that 135 is pretty good, like in the UFC. I think the 125 pounders have a much better chance because the division is so light in the UFC, but added to the fact that they are, for me, the best division in EFC. Faiz is 31. So if he goes to 12-5, it's a solid record. 3 finishes in a row, 2 defenses. I guess it depends who your manager is, you know, because I don't know if the UFC sold in South Africa. Because we would have had a UFC Africa already with Trickus being champ, you know. And as I say that, you raise a fair point. UFC treats South Africans a lot harshly. Even DDP had to move mountains to get into UFC. Look how easy Brazilians and English or Aussies get into UFC. 100% agree. Even when Drickus got into the UFC, was set up to fail. If you look at the fights that they put him, put there for him, all the way up to the title shot even. You know, every single fight, even the Marcus Perez fight, to then having to fight Brad Tavares as your third fight, to then fighting Darren Till, Eric Brunson, so number 15, number 10, number 5, number 1. But hey, the benefit for him is he won all those fights, and it's undeniable. So I also know with Don Madge, they were kind of just looking for a reason to cut him. So that's why Cameron Simon's so interesting, because 2 losses would be enough to cut most people. Luckily for him, I think Dana White nicknaming him the future means that they are invested in him. But I think a loss, if he loses in April, could mean he gets cut. And if it was a South African, American, Aussie, it might not be the case. With the music, I don't know if these people are picking their own songs, bro. Pap and Fleisch Papa, hey, Vince Pembe. Kenza to hop op spinnekop, bro. This is, what the... you're totally right, yeah. It's unfortunate. Because, and you know what the thing is, I think they're pushing for Hamza to win, if you ask me, because there's a heavy investment from Abu Dhabi. There's a heavy investment from the UFC side into Abu Dhabi, or into the UAE in general, but Abu Dhabi specifically. And now Hamza being a UAE citizen, if somebody wins a world title, not even a world title, if somebody in a Middle Eastern country does well on the world stage, whether it be regionally, on the continent, so regionally, like being in the Gulf, on the continent or worldwide, bro, sometimes a soccer team wins like a regional tournament, like a golf tournament. I was living in Oman when Oman won the Gulf Cup, which is like Oman, Bahrain, Kuwait, Saudi, like those countries, and they had a public holiday the next day, so it's huge. So if they get a UFC champion, crazy. You know how much money will go to the UFC? Yeah, you know what I mean. Gotta love South Africa. Definitely one of a kind. Zakir Badat is another level dude who's definitely UFC level. I agree and disagree. I think, listen, in terms of like grappling, just grappling credentials and grappling ability, for sure, one of the best in the country. I think it translates really well to MMA. But dude, 170 is stacked as well. So he could be. I mean, he could be. He's won overseas, which is good. But again, people just need to keep winning and take it from there, you know. It's a kid, but that's been around a long time. Who's your pick, sir? Volk or Lopez? My head says Lopez, my heart says Volk. I think it's I think Lopez, possibly. But I hope not. 100%, they want Boers to win. They also wanted Strickland to beat DDP first and then Khamzat to take the belt from him. Didn't work out though. Yeah. Okay, they're doing the announcement of the fighters. I mustn't forget about the fight. Yeah, I do think they want Khamzat as champion, especially now that he can fight outside of Russia and UAE. Whether he will is another big question. But yeah, I don't think the UFC likes South Africa and the South Africans, because we would have had a UFC event by now. I get we don't have an indoor stadium, but there are solutions supposedly to that. But money makes the world go round. Carl says, ignorant or not, I want Volk to win, and so do we. Win, retire, and sail off into the sunset. Alrighty, there's a fight happening. About to get the raw. Where is my fight? Bembe versus Sichitama. Thing is, do you think Volk is gonna win? I expect fireworks in this fight. I think Bembe should win this. Dynamite in those hands. Right, round one about to start. There we go. By the way, if you guys watch the previous streams, these guys are coming out swinging. This is not going to make it to the third round. I hope you like that time I added. Finally. So Bembe is checking, not even checking the kicks, he's just countering with 1-2s. Chitama definitely got a reach advantage, is visible. Throwing some nice jabs and overhands, but you got to watch out getting too close to Bembe. Okay, we're 80% for Bembe. So Bembe has done a nice little throw to get on top. He's in full guard, an open guard of Chitamba. Some slaps there by Chitamba from the bottom. Nice elbows. Chitamba is the underdog. Yes, indeed. For good reason. For good reason. Bembe's, yeah. You cannot write off Bembe. And I'm not trying to glaze here. Thing is, Bembe knocked out Adrian Sanchez stone cold, knocked him out, and that tells you everything you need to know about the guy, because Sanchez is tough. Chitamba looking like he wants to get up. He's opening his guard up. Bembe is just keeping him down. I hope I didn't jinx it by saying this is not going the full 3 rounds. By the way, I don't know if you guys can see it, but how zesty does Chitamba's photo look on the topology? It's on screen. Yo, that was a rough fight. Which one? Sanchez? Sanchez Bembe? For some reason, I thought I was behind on the stream or something, like this fight was over. Chitamba's just holding on. He wants us to get stood up. Bembe is throwing body shots, but yo. Bembe gets his head out. Yeah, so Bembe's just trying to keep top control. It's not really doing much damage. Tamba's just kind of stalling to keep it there. Bembe looks like he's going to hop on the back. Tamba's going to try to shake him off. I think Shtamba will shake him off. Turns into him. Now Shtamba's on top. Now he's going to work. From half guard. Nice elbows there by Shtamba. It's hurt Bembe a bit. Bembe does not look comfortable. He looks panicked. Versus Shitamba, who was super calm on the ground. Nah, it was for a second was in mount. Yeah, Ryo's fight was rough, man. That KO was solid. It's unexpected, but not cool to see when you know somebody get KO'd. Shitamba's doing well. Bembe's got double butterflies, but not really doing anything with it. Shitamba's actually doing some nice tricks by flattening the leg out with his own legs. Bembe now trying to get up. Shitamba's got a hold of his head. I mean, Bembe was winning this fight, but I give it to Shitamba, to be honest, so far. There's 20 seconds left, but I think Shitamba's winning this round. Okay, 10 seconds left. 4, 3, 2, 1. Very hard round to score, to be honest. I'll give it to Shitamba. He did more damage. Bembe was just kind of holding him on the ground, so I think I'll give it to Shitamba. Ronaldo says, come on, Bembe. Yeah, Bembe could be behind. Carl says, I'm glad to see his comeback, though. Yeah, I hope he gets some... I hope Sanchez gets some consistency. It's a very stop-start path, win lose kind of thing. But I think he's at a good team now for him. He looks like he's in a good groove. He looks like he's got good motivation. I think PFA was good for him, but I think Yukai now in Paul, which is PFA affiliated, I think is better. I think he'll, if I just look at his Instagram, and I look at the way they're training and the type of training, and you can just see it. He looks more at home there. So hopefully he can get some consistency. It's crazy though that Bembe KO'd him and Bembe fights at 35 now, eh? Man, Shitamba's doing really well. He's actually got a good game plan. He's using his reach really well. Throwing knees and elbows on Bembe. It really looks like he's overwhelming Bembe. What's going on? Solomon Kekana says, what's going on, everybody? Sorry I'm late. Who won the first match, ladies? Solomon, welcome. You didn't really miss much in the first match, I'm going to be honest with you. Kaylee Niedermeyer won that one, unanimous decision. Second fight, we're round 2, 4 minutes 20 left. Shitamba actually, surprisingly, I think took that first round. Is doing a better job of dominating the fight so far. Getting advice from the commentators, which I'm sure is not allowed. Yeah, surprisingly, Shitamba's controlling the second round as well. Carl says, yeah, there's a big difference in his attitude. Yeah, for sure. Not that there was anything wrong, I think, with his work ethic or anything like that. I think it's just everything needs to be right. I think in fighting, if something's out of place, it has a big effect. Just one thing of the hundreds of things you need. Okay, Shitamba takes Bembe down. He's on top. Did a lot of damage the last round. Getting advice from the commentators, I'm pretty sure that's not allowed. Not the main commentators, but some commentators in the back keeps removing his headpiece, giving him advice. Pretty sure they should get someone out there to stop him. Thing about Bembe though is he just tags you once, you go out cold. Chitamba literally looks like he's about to go to sleep in boxer shorts. Man, I still can't get over the commentator in the background giving him advice. Bembe does not look hungry in this fight. I think he just looks overwhelmed. I was not expecting this. Surely that's not allowed. Like, seriously, no. The commentator's looking at the screen and giving him advice. Like, that's not allowed. So, as I said, Bembe doesn't look hungry. He takes him down and starts dropping some nice elbows. Bembe looking to take the back. I'm quite surprised this has become more of a grappling bout because I did expect more stand-up. I understand from Bembe's side he's getting tagged from the back because he's from far because he doesn't have the reach advantage. He's got a less reach, but turned into a bit of a grappling match with some striking. I'd like to see Bembe do more shots from the top. Now he gets a hook in. If you guys are new, please subscribe. We almost at 3,000 subs. It's been an absolute grind to get there. I hope you guys are enjoying the stream, powered as always by IT Guru Solutions. Check them out, link in the description. 1 minute 27 seconds left in this round. So far, Chitamba has had more control time and more damage. Bembe's flipped it around. Bembe's looking like a trap an arm as well now on the back. Sorry for the yawn, it's been a long day. For a second there, Chitamba looked like a Morel Usman. So crazy. Yeah, Chitamba's in his own corner, but in his own corner, he's got the freaking commentator in his corner as well. Leo says, who's winning so far? I got Chitamba round 1 so far, Chitamba round 2. Vince Bembe has controlled for a while now in round 2. He is on Chitamba's back, but he's not doing any damage, so I still think evenish round, but should be Chitamba 2-0 after this. But you could make a case for Bembe winning this. Okay, Bembe trying to get under the chin. Chitamba doing a good job of defending. I've noticed these guys are looking at the screen, so he's defending the rear naked choke, but he's looking at the screen to see where Bembe is behind him. I mean, to be honest with you, that is a close round. Chitamba definitely took round 1. This one could be anybody's round. So going into round 3, it could be one round apiece, or 2-0 to Chitamba. But again, you do not want to leave it in the hands of these judges. Not these specific judges. You don't want some odd decisions going on. His commentators have it a round apiece. Please excuse me, it's been a long day. Long day. I think that might be some residual yawning from the first fight, but I hope there are fireworks in this last round because they are possibly one round each. Like they both have to go for it. But yeah, let's see. That's what I said about the last fight and it didn't really happen. You know, for all we know, there could be a takedown coming because that's what they know. Those are their strengths. Front kick from Chitamba. kind of connected. Yeah, Bembe has really got a reach disadvantage here. Oh, I just saw one of my friends on in the background. Not that that's wow. Pop them a message. You realize how small the fighting world really is in South Africa when you start to notice fight like jiu-jitsu practitioners being the cameramen. You start to recognize 5 or 6 friends in the background. It's really, really a small world. I don't know why she's dressed to the nines though for an EFC event. No offense, but it's like boiling hot in there, firstly, and secondly, there's free beer and like free drinks and stuff. It's more like a party vibe than it is like a dress up vibe there. Ronaldo says, I can't find who won between Henning and Kanzeko. Let's find out. Just take a bit of a break from the action. I got it running in the back. Bembe pushing forward. Nice shots. This time we're going for a takedown. Bembe is controlling this fight, eh? Bembe might take it. You know what? I can find out for you who won that fight. Give me 1 second, Ronaldo. Bembe just letting Chitamba get on top, man. Let's see if I can find out for you. Okay, Bembe's back on top. Okay. Chat, anybody know who won the fight between Henning and Kanzeko? Because I cannot find it anywhere. Topology slow. We don't have prelims. Bembe's on the back. I didn't start the timer. Sorry. I got sidetracked. Now Chitamba's not as calm as he was before. Bembe's still on top, doing damage. I think Bembe's gonna win this fight. Okay, Bembe ends this round on top, and I think Bembe takes this fight 2-1 for me. Second decision of the night. Okay, I got Bembe for to win that one, to be honest. Yeah, I don't think Chitamba did enough in round one. No, Chitamba didn't win that fight. Judges. Yeah, I don't know about that, huh? I love how they're already making excuses for the judges, saying it's not going to make everybody happy. Vince 100% won that fight. I don't think the cameraman is showing us the results. It's all goed to hide it. So yeah, it's a 29-28. It's 29-28. Who did they announce first? Did they announce Bembe or Chitamba first? I think Chitamba might take it, to be honest, because they announced him first. And I think he just saw that on the screen because they had 29-28 across the board. That's not the right decision. Surely Bembe won that fight. I don't know. What do you guys think? (29-28) Bembe. 29-28 Chitamba. Split decision. Chitamba won that fight. Close fight, not a robbery, but yeah, no, for me, clear Bembe won that fight. Chitamba maybe did a bit more damage in the one round, but no, actually, no. I can see a scenario where Chitamba won because I think in round 2 did more damage. Actually, fair enough. I mean, yeah, it's okay. Bro, he said he was hoping this was going to be a solid statement for the title shot. He lost 3 in a row, okay, between 2019 and 2021, and then won one fight last year, March. And now he wanted a title shot for winning 2 in a row. Is that what it takes to get a title shot these days? You did enough to deserve a title shot. So he's got 2 wins, 3 losses before that, 2 wins, and one of them now is a split decision, which you arguably lost, and now that's enough for a title shot. Guys, come on. 135-pound division is not that shallow. Come on. I'm so glad he didn't say my wife and my girlfriend. He just said my girlfriend's in the crowd. Commentator saying he thought Bembe won. I don't know. I think I actually remember having Shatamba up 2 rounds to none. I don't know. Those fights are always so hard to call. These types of fights should just be a draw. Honestly, there wasn't a clear winner there. It's crazy. Championship opportunity is wild. Okay, so you got a Nox Hydrate interview, you got a Nox Hydrate weigh-ins, you got a Nox Hydrate branding on the bottom, you got a Nox Hydrate branding in the back. Kind of like Prime, eh? Everyone over 54 years and above. That sounds like Jake Paul's credentials. What happened to CS Duplessis? Why is he not doing the interviews for the EFC anymore? They did Graham first, now Soldier Boy. CS Duplessis was the guy for so many years. What happened there? Okay, polls up. Tlongwa versus Domiso. Who you guys got for that one? Probably gonna get some football adverts now, you know, on Super Sport. I'm sorry, I always laugh at the EFC clothing ad and the look that that chick gives. I forgot her name. She's like, no, she just looks confused. Ronaldo Padilla says Bembe should have won that fight. Yeah. Close fight like that though should be a draw, honestly. They should have those fights as draws, let's be honest. Okay, we're getting some adverts again. Let me know who you guys think is going to win this next fight. You guys watching UFC this weekend? Definitely be live streaming, of course. I mean, cricket adverts, no, not football. Okay, another Drickus advert. I wonder how that Ignite tastes. I haven't actually tasted it. I just know it's hell of expensive for tequila, sipping tequila. Have you guys tried it? Followed by another Drickus advert for Nox Hydrate. Hey, yeah, another one. Why not? Like, I honestly ride the wave, promote it as much as possible, but I feel like it's a bit of overkill. Less is more, in my opinion. But what do I know? That VIP area looks stacked tonight. It's not usually that full. Okay, I'm getting some rock guitar, some guitar music as we await the next fight. Okay, we are back. Yeah, I wouldn't call these last two fight wars. Commentators saying those are wars. Nope. Man, Nox, Ignite, everybody must have paid a fortune to get all these ads up on here, because it's like an ad every 20 seconds. Zwandile Helongwa, Zwandile Shlongwa. Nearly impossible to finish. Sure. Okay, finished twice in 8 fights. I wouldn't say nearly impossible. Okay, here we go. Hlongwe versus Dumiso. I don't know, Dumiso. Again, Hlongwe should win this, but he's on a losing streak. I forget Hlongwe fought Khamzat Chimaev. I completely forgot he fought Khamzat Chimaev. Oh shit. Yeah, he lost in a minute 15. Yeah, Dumiso lost to Shadrach, yeah. Wasn't convincing from Shadrach, to be honest. Okay, I got Dumiso, honestly. Solomon Kakana. Solomon says this fight took longer than usual. Was somebody bleeding badly in the previous fight? Maybe the doctors were still busy suturing some cuts at the back there. No. There was absolutely no blood in the last fight. I think they just had to squeeze in 10 Nox, hydrate and ignite tequila adverts before this fight happened. I don't know. I don't know what took so long. Man, whoever is hitting the music for these walkouts, man, I got DMX again. They're probably like, okay, you got a choice between DMX and Afrikaans, because everybody's been coming out to that tonight. Thank you for subscribing. We are 30 away from 3K. Taken long enough. Yeah, I don't know what took so long, honestly, for this fight. I love nicknames like Snake Bones. It's like the old school boxing, South African boxing nicknames. Even some of the old school football nicknames. Just hope we don't get a decision here, you know? They just compared Hlongwa to Randy Couture. They compared Amanda Nunes, Amanda Lina. Rebecca, they compared to Drickus, and now this. Dude looks wired, bro. Those eyes are beady as hell. Have they walked out yet? No, Demiso's still walking out, and Hlongwa still needs to walk out. It's something's taken forever for this walkout to start, and the walkouts themselves are taking forever. Zwandile Hlongwa, not Nhlongwa. Walking out now. Or as the commentator says, Halangwa. Corner having a big time discussion in the background there, and he's like waiting for them, like, where the hell are you guys? Man, to lose to JC Lamprecht in round 3 is durable. Lol, speaking about Rebecca, her attitude yesterday during the weigh-ins, you could tell she was trying to intimidate her, but it definitely didn't work. Her screams didn't work. Yeah, usually, I mean, especially at local level, you know, when I spoke to Melo as well in the podcast, to Melo Manyamala, about a lot of the weigh-ins he's had, the people are always loud, trying to scream, trying to get in his face, trying to get pushy. Some people just are like that at weigh-ins, but most of the time it's an interfere in yourself. And yeah, definitely. I mean, to be honest though, it wasn't a dominant win by Kaylee, but she wasn't intimidated by everything. She did keep her cool quite well. It was a bit of a close-ish fight, but yeah, the whole intimidation thing didn't work. Damn, Longo's got a sponsor from Jekyll and Hyde. If it's Jekyll and Hyde supplements, that stuff was the bomb back in the day. Hell of expensive though. I was just rewatching Sanchez's knockout. It was solid, eh? They have other sponsors? Klongo looks nervous, to be honest with you. They kind of took the wind out of the sails of this event now by making people wait this long, eh? I feel like we waited a solid half an hour for this fight to start. We're finally here. Together we made it. These commentators are awkward as hell. They just call the referee a big teddy bear. Bro, what is going on with this commentator? So guess what? Another Knox advert. Okay, now Longo doesn't look nervous anymore. Here we go. Finally, a solid 20 to 30 minutes later, we finally get this fight. Whoo! These dudes are throwing heavy hands. I'm hoping that... I'm not going to say it. I'm actually just not going to say it. I've been saying it the last two fights. Let me not say it. Nice counter left there by Sovendle. Miso. Nice feint there by Sovendle. Sovendle is in-fight analytical or analytics gathering is amazing. He's already picked up on a couple of tells from Tlongwa. As I say that, he feints out of the way and counters. They start showboating 1 minute in. Sullivan, yeah, finally, oh, it's on. It is on. It looks like it's on. I can't say it. I'm going to jinx it. I'm not going to say it. Man, Sovendle really is... Yeah, Sovendle is picking up a nice swats. Tlongwa down to the ground. His commentators are giggly, eh? For this fight. They're literally giggling about this fight. It's crazy how the EFC hexagon has changed in the last little while. It used to be just all about world sports betting everywhere in that hexagon. It's just a small little world sports betting logo now on the entrance. Commentator. Commentator talking about Luke being nervous watching this fight. Don't know about that. Nice knees by Hlongwa. This fight has calmed down a little bit, but now they're throwing. Ooh. Nice right hand there by November. This fight is crazy because Hlongwa hit him, but so November. Oh, nice takedown by November. So November was on his way back, but then he got hit, so it looked like he got rocked. So Hlongwa came forward, and then November was like, pieced him up a little bit, and then Hlongwa rushed him, and November took him down. So now they're on the ground, half guard position, November on top. But man, that was a crazy exchange. November needs to pass his guard. That was a nice exchange. Yeah, this fight started at a good tempo. He shot a tap there by Hlongwa. What the? It was a tap, man. What are you talking? So I guess Demisa wins. At least they call that. But there was a tap. What was that? It wasn't a verbal submission. He literally tapped on his back. What the hell was that? To break his jaw. That's a really odd way for this fight to end. He tapped for seamlessly nothing. Something obviously was wrong. What the hell happened? You bring it back down, but we're not going to find out what happened there. It was an entertaining fight until that point. I don't exactly know what the hell happened there. Hlongwa tapped though, so what happened? He did tap. I mean, it was clear, but did he break his jaw? He could have broken his jaw. Break his orbital bone, maybe? I don't know. Well, commentator's got a job to do. Just got to ask him what happened. I don't know. This whole fight, the fight was good. It was a bit of an anticlimax of how long we had to wait, and then the way it ended kind of feels like this card has fallen flat now. It's the first time I've heard them say something like that. He's like, the chef has been cooking and has won this fight by... Come on, guys. Come on, guys. Keep it professional. And now the microphone doesn't work. The microphone doesn't work. Oh, you can't make this up. What is going on? I can't hear what you're saying, guys. Oh, you can't make this up. I Just gotta say that whole speech over. This mic doesn't work either. He's got a shame. The dude's had a whole speech prepared. No one can hear what he's saying. Speak into the shotgun mic of the camera, like. You cannot make this up. The mic off the mic off the mic hasn't worked. Finally works. There we go. They got one working. Shame now he's got to do his woo again. Now they just called him Trongwa Legend. I don't know. Demisa's good though. Yeah, he's gonna get his bonus. Just some cool energy though, I'm not gonna lie. Mvemve. Guess what? It's another Nox Hydrate advert. I should start a drinking game on EFC with every time we get mention of Nox or Ignite tequila, we should have a shot. I'd be passed out by now. Ask him a question and then gives his answers like, yes, excellent. Okay, anyway, next question. What was the point of that interview? I don't know. I feel like I'm super critical tonight. I don't know why. Commentator just shouted out Lucasade when it's like 500 Nox adverts and sponsored by Nox. He shouted out Lucasade. Wonder if he's getting in trouble for that. All right, here we go. Faiz Jacobs versus Sibusiso Sovendle. Expecting fireworks. Ah, damn it, I just jinxed it. All right, well, we got some adverts going. Let me know who you guys think's going to win this co-main event. Faiz should win. I have a funny feeling about Sovendle. He was pretty impressive in this last fight. Okay, we're getting a lot of adverts again. All right, Solomon says all these technical errors did not happen during the fights. We cannot afford errors. Yesterday, Troublemaker came wearing that red fly suit with the Squid Games mask. Jacobs here. Well, I feel like that Lighty from Omalori might take it. It's not going to be an easy one. Yeah, so Sovendle, I mean, he took, or he gave Zondi his first loss, Zondi being a 125 pounder, of course, but he controlled that fight quite well. Faiz is just so damn big at 135, honestly. I mean, added to that, he's also obviously got skill, like a lot of skill that, with his size and strength, makes him so hard to fight at 135. I mean, you look at him next to like 170 pounders and it doesn't look too small compared to them. So it is going to be tough, to say the least, to try to beat Faiz Jacobs, especially with all the momentum behind him. I think the EFC is investing heavily in, well, we see another Nox hydration advert, number 501 for the night. We get it. No. So yeah, I think they are really have high hopes for Faiz. He's got a good story, good fighter. So I think obviously the UFC would prefer him to win, if you ask me. Let's see what happens. You know, after this fight, maybe get to fight internationally. Probably UAE Warriors or Brave. Unfortunately, that seems to be the stepping stone. Maybe Contender Series. You know, if he gets a nice finish here, he could go to Contender Series. Just got a funny feeling about this fight, though. I don't know. I like what Faiz Jacobs does on the mic though, as well. He does everything right inside the hexagon, on the mic, at the weigh-ins, coming out with the Squid Game suit, getting people talking, walking into Henzo. Did he recently join Henzo Gracie? Because I don't think he was training there before, right? Who won the last fight? Mveve won the last fight by odd. I mean, he was on top, dropped an elbow, and then got a tap. So I think Tlongwa might have broken his jaw, but Mveve won that fight. How old is Sovendle, by the way, guys? Anybody know? Konrad Siabi. Don't know. I just have a feeling Sovendle is too small for this in this fight. Man, Faiz is a savage on the mic. He's a smart dude. He knows exactly how to prep for all of his interviews, for all of his media stuff, saying, doing the right things. I just think guys need to just not be so consumed and wrapped up in UFC. Just keep winning. And eventually the opportunities will definitely come. Faiz has 100% practiced his media. Yeah, the thing, Faiz did have 2 fights in UAE Warriors, won one, lost one, long ago, like 3 years ago. He's a much better fighter now. I just would, yeah, I wonder what would happen for him now in the UAE Warriors. But unfortunately, I feel like UAE Warriors, for people from EFC, is kind of, no one seems to go on to bigger and better things after that. They always seem to kind of come back to the EFC. Brave, just a good stepping stone. Just takes a while to get out of there again. You know, unfortunately, the stepping stones aren't always there for people fighting in Africa. Bro, who is picking these songs? Did they really just call him back? He was already walking out and they call him back. Okay, Sovendle coming out. Apologies, guys. It's been a long day. Nicholas Wende in the background there. Brave champion. At least if you make it to UA Warriors or Brave, they pay obviously a lot better. Still not fireworks, but still better. Tando's he's not a rising star of 135. The commentator says a rising star of the division. He's a rising star of 125. He stepped up to 135 against Sovendle. I have a funny feeling about this fight, you guys. I don't know. Faiz should win it, and he probably will win it, but I just have a funny feeling, man. That whole Mamelodi team is tough dudes. They are tough dudes. And they got a good head coach in Konrad Siabi. But again, time will tell. Is Faiz as far ahead as everybody thinks he is? I think yes. Question for you guys, chat. Who do you think would win in a fight between Faiz Jacobs and Cameron Simon right now? If the two of them had to fight in the EFC, UFC, wherever, who would win a fight between those two? Yeah, we go, coming out with some Squid Games gear. I'm telling you, man, this guy understands the game. Viral moments, good moments on the mic. Playing some Matrix type music. I will say, man, it's gonna get to a make or break stage for Faiz, I think, to make it to the UFC and make a proper run of it in the UFC, because you know he's turning 31 this year. So you know, if he's still stuck in the UFC 2 years from now, 33, At bantamweight becomes a lot more difficult to have any type of meaningful run in the UFC if you end up making it. So it's got to happen soon. Hope the commentator hasn't just popped a jinx on him. I don't know, everything about Faiz Jacobs just screams star, eh? Simon Stevens 100% practiced that. Like he 100%, what everything you just said, he 100% just wrote that down. Here we go. 30 versus, okay, Sovendle's 24. I don't know if he was that young. Don't know why I thought he was older. Guys, who do you think would win a fight right now between Faiz Jacobs and Cameron Simon? Sovendle being introduced first, 5'7", 5'2" Okay, Solomon says, my money's going to Mamelodi. He climbed very quickly from featherweight. And they rather give us a good game, not first round ending at 50 seconds because of tap out or something. We want to see the real fight. I have a funny feeling, man, after all this glazing and stuff, or not glazing, but all this building up of Faiz, for him to lose it now would be crazy. I don't know. I just don't see a way in which Faiz loses this fight, but again, it's got a weird feeling about this. I just hope he focuses on fighting now that he can, you know, now that all the announcements and stuff are done, because he's obviously said, like, okay, I'm going to get in the middle of the hex when this happens, I'm going to do this when this happens, so it's a lot of thinking work, so now he's just focused on fighting. No touch of gloves. Okay, so Sovendle's not, the reach doesn't seem that different. Honestly, I don't think Sovendle's gonna go. I don't think he's gonna die wondering. I think he's gonna go for it. He has to try to put Faiz away early, I think. Here we go. Round one underway. Okay, both men sort of still going through the feeling out process. Faiz taking the center. Sovendle looking fleet-footed. Faiz throws a nice leg kick. Sovendle switches stance. Now orthodox, back to southpaw. Faiz looked to throw something, decided against it. Nice counter left there by Sovendle, just misses. Sovendle looks nice and flat-footed. fleet-footed, excuse me. Can't look nice flat-footed. He's measuring, marching forward. I feel like this fight's going to be over in an instant. Just one moment and this fight's going to be over. Fai's just missing with the head kick there as I say that. Sovendle very tentative but understandable. He's being pressed. That counter left hook from Sovendle feels like it's gonna hit, it's gonna land sometime or another. Just misses that every single time. Okay, Faiz is still feeling him out. This is a 5-round fight, of course, so no need to rush. Okay, so now Faiz is going to start pushing, throwing a lot more feints, it looks like. I mean, he's definitely trying to finish. I mean, that's, you can see he's hunting forward. Sovendle is changing stances quite a bit. Faiz missed with the overhand right, but hit him with something else, dropped him, went for a body kick, Sovendle caught it, stumbled Faiz. Faiz comes back marching forward, Sovendle still switching stances. Faiz now switching stances to southpaw. Back to orthodox for Faiz. Just about landed the head kick. It's out. Faiz Jacobs just murked him. Whew. He didn't even catch that head kick flush. He just hit him a little bit on the forward and just absolutely pounced on the ground and pound. I told you this is going to be an instant and this fight's going to be over. Man, what a finish by Faiz Jacobs. Surely now somebody comes along for him. He's not even sweating. I don't think we see him in the EFC much longer. Surely not after that. Come on now. Feel bad for Sovendle, man. You know, unfortunately, again, I don't think the UFC is as sold on the South African MMA market as we are, unless, you know, again, they need 125 pounders. The 125 pounders are really good, so there are a lot of opportunities 125, but I hope he gets his chance, the UFC. Yeah, he got him nice with that head kick. Actually caught him on the side of the ear, I see, with that kick. Man, right now? I don't know how a fight between him and Cameron Simon would go. We're pretty damn close. Okay, let's see what he says in the post-fight interview. Okay, quick poll, guys. Who do you think will win? Faiz Jacobs or Cameron Simon? I am your main course. I like how his message is not about himself and about the UFC. I like how he's talking about a bigger message. That's pretty cool. There's a Squid Game team. Okay, he's thanking all of his sponsors now. Some time on the mic. Still feels like one big advert this whole evening. Just feels like one big amount of adverts and sponsorships and okay. Okay, one of the longest post-fight interviews in EFC history, but dude deserves it. It's one of the biggest stars in the EFC right now, if not the biggest star. Okay, almost time for the main event. Okay, we get the heavyweights coming up next, gent. Ladies and gents. I think this is the Ignite. This is the head of Ignite Africa they're interviewing now. Okay. Jeez, like here, take four accounts. Okay, so you win 100,000 Rand if you guys tag a bunch of people on Instagram with your most creative photo. Right, it's almost time for the main event. I've got the poll going up. Let me know who you guys think is going to win. I got Morel to win, to be honest with you. Tim Garimbo in the promo. I'm not gonna lie, guys, it's fallen kind of flat by the amount of time that they've taken to have that third fight, if I'm honest. Here we go, Morel versus Moyo. Okay, they got some rugby adverts going on here. It's been a long day, guys. This better be good. Okay, customary football ad before we probably get another ad before the fight. And then hopefully it's time for the fight. Because it has been a long day. Alright, main event's about to start, guys. Get your votes in. Alright, we are back. Probably going to be 2 or 3 more adverts here before they get to the fight. They're showing the hexagon, but I can tell you now there's going to be 2-3 ads before we get there. Which is fair enough. They have to make that money. Okay, ad number 1. No, only 1 advert. Okay. Pleasant surprise. Moyo is gigantic, eh? Allez, Morel. Van Damme a buoy in the background just staring Morel down. Van Damme's such a funny dude. I actually met Morel at the last fight at EFC. Shame, but he doesn't speak English, so I'm like mouthing off to him about like, oh man, you fought so well, you did so well. And he's just like, sorry, my English no. I was like, okay, no problem, cool. Photo? He's like, yeah, photo, okay. Got to hold a heavyweight belt in the hex. That's when they were letting people in the hexagon still, because now they've stopped. Such a cool dude though. Simon Stevens losing his voice big time. All right, here we go. Main event time. Pretty pumped for this main event. Excuse the yawning, guys. It's been a long ass day. All right, get your votes in, guys. Who's winning this one, Morel or Moyo? I'll give you live updates as the fight goes on. Let's see who you guys think's winning in the chat. Who? Moyo. I swear Anthony Morel's always on the phone and it's always on speaker. Even when his manager got withheld at Owatambo, he was like just on the phone the whole time. Every time you see him. Solomon says, well, yeah, he walks around with his translator, beautiful lady. He didn't have a translator the last time. I think like one of his coaches was like loosely translating for him, or one of his team. But he was just walking around, just getting, like, people were just taking photos with him, and holding the belt and stuff, like, but he was fully on his own. No translator or anything. Listen, the way Moyo fights, this is going to be a quick fight, surely. Like, he's either going to go for the kill or he's going to get knocked out. Finished. Moyo looks like he should be bouncing at these events, bro. Dude is huge. I hate to say it though, 7 years off is gonna be a tough time for Elvis. So Anthony Morel is an athlete. Anthony Morel is fleet-footed for a heavyweight. He moves well, he's quick. Man, it looked like the cut man kissed him now. He leaned in so close. It looked like he kissed him again from this angle. Man, I wish they would have EFC events at like arenas and stuff. Man, the official just told Van Damme Bowie to hang on 2 seconds and he has not stopped staring at him. If you haven't seen Van Damme Bowie is the one where I forget who he fought and he lost and the referee when the fight was over and he ended up walking punching the dude from behind after the buzzer had gone on. How are they letting all these extra people come into people's corners and give them advice? Anthony Morel making his way out, man. I really like Anthony Morel. So unfortunately he lost his last fight, fighting in France, but solid dude, solid fighter. Solomon, is that his translator in the back there? He just high-fived. I wonder what kind of funding and gyms and stuff they got out there in Reunion Island. Must be pretty good. Coming out to some reggaeton. I'd like to see Anthony Morel get in a little bit better physical shape. You know, not that it matters, but just I think carrying around less weight will make him even faster, give him even better cardio. It's crazy, eh? I wonder what the gyms are like out there. Or if he fights on mainland, like trains on mainland France. I wonder if he understood a word the referee just told him. Anthony Morel's 32. Elvis Moyo 41. 5'10", 6'1", 72-inch reach advantage, 77.2. I really don't think this fight goes past round 1. I don't know, touch wood. But surely this doesn't go past round 1. Scheduled for 5 rounds. I don't think it's going to go close to 5 rounds. I still wonder if court is allowed to say that before fights. So close to its time. It's fight time, which is trademarked. Elvis Moyo, 8-6-0, 6'1", fighting out of Pretoria. Okay, Elvis Moyo has been announced. 5-1-0, 5-10, fighting out of Reunion Island. It's got EFC tattooed right here on his arm, the EFC belt. That's pretty cool. He seems all in. Fadi Basson, they got Bobby Carriganidis' name under him when they introduced him. All right. They could just put the mic over his arm, not under his arm. It looks like he's coddling him. Damn, with 78% of the votes for Moyo. Solomon says, the last time I saw Morel, he had the belt tattoo on his inner upper arm. That's right, he still has it. So even if he loses, he's got a permanent one. Unfortunately, I'm not watching tonight. I'm relying on you. Couldn't see the translator. All right, man, I appreciate you watching. Happy to be able to keep you in the loop as we start round 1. Unfortunately, Moyo's crack is showing. I just put his pants up a little bit. Morel looking more at kicks. Moyo obviously on the boxing stance gets a nice left. Morel really trying to keep him at distance with kicks. I mean, throwing straight kicks, leg kicks. Moyo comes in, throws a right to the body. Morel ties him up. Moyo reversing the position, putting him up against the cage. Throwing some nice shots in the clinch. Morel reverses the position, does look a little bit stronger. Is he going to show the fight or what? Jaden van der Merwe asks, or what? I'm not showing the fight, unfortunately, but yeah, get me taken down. I'm commentating. All right, so Morel backs off with an elbow, got an over underhook, looking to get a leg trip, which he was close to doing. Bit of a shot to the back of the head there by Moyo, unfortunately not seen. Not the end of the world. You can just see Khotso, Bilal Ramopa standing in front of the fan. They got these huge fans in that arena because it's so hot in there. Like there's no ventilation. Like they got a big front door opening, and then there's zero ventilation in that whole place. So all these people with suits and like long pants and all that must be dying of heat. When I was there in October, dude, so when I was there in July, oh, nice spinning back elbow there by Anthony. When I was there in July, it was like -2 in the mornings. And then when I was there, so I took my big like snow jacket when I went in October, and it was like in the middle 30s. Morel's open to a left hook here. I mean, he threw a nice like calf kick, but he left himself open for a left hook. And they're having a pretty much a boxing versus kickboxing match here. Moyo will be doing the boxing and Morel doing the kickboxing. So he's giving Moyo a chance here. But again, it's a 5-round fight, so both swing. Morel goes for an underhook on the far side, trying to control the hand on the near side. There's another Jits practitioner there in the background. Actually, another 2. 3. It's too small a world. Moyo's done well so far, defending the takedowns. It's only a matter of time till and as I say that, he gets taken down. Anthony in full side control now goes into basically Moyo's half guard. He's probably going to drop big elbows. Stands up now to posture up. Moyo's not so far doing anything, not trying to get up, not blocking, not kicking. Anthony now into full mount. Moyo does get an underhook trying to get up, but Anthony's just hitting with big elbows. Okay, Moyo gets to the knees, gets reversed again, trying to get up again. Anthony probably going to end up taking his back. And now he's not actually taking his back. It looks like he's trying to hit him with shots. I like that Morel's prioritizing damage over going for submissions. Yeah, I know. Moyo's not getting... I mean, Moyo's not really making any attempt to get up. And now Anthony goes for a rear naked choke with no hooks in. Loses the choke. Moyo just tried to hit him with an elbow from the bottom. I mean, Moyo's got to carry all that weight. Okay, Anthony going for a choke. He's not really under the neck, but I don't see Moyo being able to defend this. I jinxed it because as I say that, they kind of just like, Anthony just left it. They both kind of looked at each other and they were like, oh, we're in a scramble. And then Moyo got on top. So we're all tired. For sure, Anthony Morel took that round, but is he tired? I mean, Moyo looks pretty tired, but Morel looks tired too. I mean, the commentators are saying Morel looks exhausted. What? Did he gas his arms out? The commentators are saying that he was close to the choke and everything. He was never really under the neck and was never really in the right position, but Moyo did well. I'm quite surprised, to be honest. We've got 82% for Moyo. I'm surprised with that, but you can see who does jiu-jitsu and who doesn't, because when that takedown came, all the jiu-jitsu people were just like, and all the non-jiu-jitsu people were just like, oh, it's a big takedown. I'm surprised this made it to round 2, honestly. Morel looks tired. Okay, the referee calling Morel back. I don't know what for. Pointed to his nuts and then to the back of the head, so I don't know. Maybe some back of the head shots. Okay, round 2, here we go. Yeah, I didn't see anything untoward as well. I think this referee does have a tendency to try to over-ref a little bit. I know he's been a leading figure in bringing rules to everything, but like, it really has a tendency to kind of over-ref things and just unnecessarily get involved. Why does Morel look so tired? Obviously, nice body shot. Morel's open for those shots. Gets a shot to the a right hook to the face. Morel shoots for a takedown from way. Oh, come on, guys! Like, Morel literally shot the most telegraphed takedown from the other side of the hexagon, ankle picked him, and got him down. So Moyo's was making no attempt to stop the takedown. So now 3 minutes 50 to work, basically 4 minutes for Morel on top. And Moyo just trying to kind of push him off. The armbar's there for Morel if he wants it. Moyo kind of like trying to push off to the side, but maybe Morel doesn't like the armbar because it's there for him still. It's still there for him. He's going for ground and pound, but his arms were tired after that first round, so yeah, Morel can just pretty much just having his way with Moyo on the ground here, even in half guard. Moyo's tough though, still in there, but it's just, here comes a suplex, surely. He was thinking about suplexing him. Everybody, EFC staff is shouting instruction to people. Surely you're not allowed to do that. Yeah, surely you can't do that. Commentary table shouting out instructions to the fighters. Man, Anthony Morel looks tired. Don't know. As now it's basically become a boxing match because Anthony's not going to throw any more kicks, and Moyo's a way more proficient boxer here. But again, Moyo actually sprawls this time. I was about to say, again, Moyo doesn't have that good takedown defense, but he sprawled him now this time. Let's see. He's going for a dart choke, Moyo. Could you imagine the boxer submits Morel? Moyo submitting Morel, imagine that. So Anthony Morel's team's telling him to stand up, but I don't think he has the energy to get up. See again, now they're working ref. He's over-reffing this fight. Okay, Morel gets up. Has to go for another takedown, but he has to set it up. Hits him with the one, hits Moyo with the 1-2. Moyo looks fresh though. He doesn't look as tired as Anthony Morel. Nice jab there by Moyo. Why would they boo a fight like this? It's been a good fight. Morel got over under. Make no mistake, it's draining even if you're pushing the grappling exchanges when people are giving resistance. Even that's still draining. You got Zondi in the background. I don't know if the dude's lit or not, bro, but those guys are, they look pretty lit. I think Morel took both rounds so far. Listen, man, win, lose, or draw, Moyo's had a good showing so far. There might be a momentum switch in round 3 because Anthony Morel is very tired. Crowd starting to chant for Moyo now as well. Yeah, I think Morel definitely won the first 2 rounds, honestly, for me. Okay, we're about to start round 3. Some girl just grabbed the ring girl and hugged her, trying to get her time on TV. Oh, guys, you gotta clean up these kind of things. Ooh, nice one to them, Moyo. I think we're all looking very flat-footed. Moyo still looking fresh. You can see Morel is definitely looking for the takedown here. He does not want to be standing, especially being tired. Standing with Moyo. Oh, nice little mini Superman kind of lead Superman right there by Anthony. Nice elbow by Anthony. Anthony needs to grapple. That's his path to victory here. Anthony looking for the takedown. Moyo defending nicely. And Moyo is holding on for dear life, though. He does not want to go to the ground here. I think if he does get to the ground here, then I think Morel might be able to finish him, but he's kind of tied up on the fence here. 3 minutes 30 left. Moyo's got his back up against the cage. Anthony shooting on a single leg. Moyo doing a good job of controlling his head and defending. I do have a feeling this referee is going to want to put them back in the center because he likes to over referee. Kind of told you. There he goes. Referee separates them. They're working, dude. Let them work. That's ref. Respect for his resume and respect for how long he's been in the game. But geez, man. To be the leading figure, you don't need to over ref everything. Just let them fight. I'm shocked that this fight's made it to round 3. I honestly thought this fight would be over in the first round or so. These dudes are exhausted. Someone's bleeding somewhere. I think Morel's elbow might be bleeding. The problem now is Anthony can't get him down. Yeah, Anthony's elbow's bleeding. Odd place to bleed. He can't get him down, so he's just going to kind of lean up against him on the fence. He can't knock him out. So if Moyo doesn't push a lot more action, and maybe knock him out, we could see this go the full 5 rounds. Man, this ref is, honestly, man, let them work. They are working up against the fence, and you're clapping hands for them to push the action. Nice takedown by Anthony Morel. Morel now trapping an arm to try to block the defense. He needs to flatten Moyo out though, because Moyo's turned into Moyo's just covering up. Moyo, Oh, lazy into full mount. Got an arm trapped. Moyo just pushes him off. Yo, Morel is exhausted. There was a scramble there and he didn't even try to get up. I think that was a last hurrah from Morel. Morel's bleeding from his face, actually. Bleeding from his mouth. Moyo should just let it stand up because Morel is exhausted. Morel just blew his nose, which is dangerous when you got a bloody nose. Morel went for a glove touch and was like, hell no, let's get this going. I think Moyo is hitting him with some good shots. Okay, so Anthony's done a good job clinching, but yeah, he's getting pieced apart on the feet. I mean, he's exhausted. Moyo's still pretty fresh, and they're boxing. Well, they were boxing. I don't know where the damage came on Anthony's face. Because he's bleeding. But from what? Nice elbow there by Moyo. 5 seconds left. We will see round 4. Nah, Morel is buggered. End of round 3. I still have that round to Anthony though, but man, it's not looking good for him in these last 2 rounds. Ah, it was an uppercut that got Anthony on the nose. You know, if you're Anthony, you want to take him to the ground and you want to essentially have a rest round, if you can, just being on top. But not looking good if you got 2 5-minute rounds left and you're that exhausted. I mean, he's been exhausted after round 2. Anthony's not getting off the stool. Is he done? Anthony hasn't got up for the 4th round. He's done. That's disappointing. Moyo wants to fight, but he's won. Moyo's like, nah, I don't accept that. I want to fight. What is going on? What is going on here? He's called to stop the fight. Moyo said, no, I want to carry on fighting. The referee's like, okay, well, I'm going to overrule my own decision because you want to fight. And then Anthony was like, nah. Ah, that's disappointing, man. That's crazy. Moyo wins the title. I'm disappointed, man. Seven years out. They're like congratulating Anthony Morel as if he's won. Yes. What does this say? Champion gave up on the stool. That's odd, man. That's really odd. I mean, yeah, I don't know. It's crazy, huh? I'm still in shock. I don't know what to make of that, honestly. How do you... It's disappointing, man. So much potential. Anthony Morel had so much potential. Now back-to-back losses and didn't get up off the stool. That's odd. Something's off here. I don't know. That's not normal. I don't know. That's odd. Okay, we can get the official decision, but yeah, by verbal submission. I want to hear his explanation for all that, man. I mean, yeah, I don't think we see Anthony Morel fighting in the EFC again. So odd. The belt doesn't fit around Moyo's waist. Thanks for everything, buddy. Sounds like the house couldn't take it anymore. Congrats to Moyo. Yeah, I mean, he was exhausted after round 2. I mean, I think he pushed after round 1. Actually, I think he pushed super hard. I just want to hear what Moyo has to say and what Anthony has to say, but something seems off about that. Much appreciated for watching, Solomon. Thank you for popping in. See you on Sunday morning for UFC. Moyo just say, how you like me now? Some of my bitch. Moyo's giving advice. Man, that dude in the background looks like Samuel Eto'o, the dude with the headset on. Why is that awkwardness, Stephen? Like Simon, his sentence was done, and Simon just kind of like looked at him and then. Oh, they actually test people. Do they test people for steroids? He said he's gonna go get tested. He's gonna test clean. Can you speak to? Man, I don't know. This whole production's been very amateurish. Simon Stevens is gonna speak to Anthony now, but. Ask him what happened. I didn't expect him to be so strong. He came out very strong and he beat me tight. So basically, he ran out of gas. Will we see you back in the EFC? They're asking him. Well, listen, I don't know where else he's going to fight. Right, guys, it's been a long day for me, as I mentioned. That's going to be the end of the stream. I hope you guys enjoyed that. Make sure to come watch the stream on Sunday. And I think we're starting at 4 in the morning. I'm not 100% sure, but I will see you guys all then. And I hope you enjoyed the stream. Cheers, everybody.